Hello, 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 and welcome to Feedback Friday. I'm your host, Jacob. Welcome to an art stream. How is it going, everybody? Hello. All right. Hello, Arctic Math. Welcome. Welcome, everyone. On the far, far left, I'm bad with mouse names. Because I don't think of the names of them in game. I think of them how they were named when drawn. Though we're working on that. We have our shared drive for all of the artists that when we migrate files into the shared drive, we're trying to rename things to the actual game names. And then when we have releases and events and stuff like that, we'll actually attempt to rename all of our files once they're kind of like uploaded with kind of like their proper names and descriptions and stuff. Then we'll like go to the files and rename them. So hopefully that'll help with me being able to like be like, that's not just the like tier 2 tactical mouse. Yeah. Hello, hello. Oh, the very, very far left? That's it's Warpath like portal artillery commander or something like that. That's probably again like the working name. I don't remember the name. But yeah, I think that's when you use portal projector type stuff, or maybe it's not portal projector specifically, but it's like using that kind of mechanic in the Warpath. Artillery commander, maybe? Yeah. Alright. Hello, hello. Okay, so we're doing art today. And we are actually going to pick off where we left off, essentially. So last time we were together, we were working on a Bountiful Beanstalk journal theme. And I want to continue working on that. I actually want to try and wrap that up today. I was kind of trying to putter around on it, and I just wasn't making much progress, unfortunately. So we'll crack at it and see what we can do. No mouse sketching today. Next art stream, I'm definitely gonna be doing some of that though, because I feel like we haven't gotten to do that in a long time, and I've been talking about wanting to do that. Technically today I could be doing that. Like I think where we're at with kind of the next area, I feel like that's something that we could do on stream together. However, I actually really want to get this piece of art done today, and so next time, okay? Yeah, very, very, very soon. Like we have a lot of characters that we want to do, and I think we'll definitely be good to do that. So, hello Swifty, Mohammed, Michelle, Ashley, Arctic said hello already at the beginning. Eileen, hello. Hello, hello. Yeah. Okay. What a coincidence. Alright, so we're going to jump into the art. So, basically where we are at with this, we kind of have like a pretty good layout of it all. I'm not like a million times happy with everything about it, which I think is why it was being a bit of kind of like a struggle to kind of like make meaningful progress on this. But I do find that like while I'm streaming, it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna like shovel through it, and it's probably because I have people live watching me that it just kind of makes it happen. So I figured today we're just gonna motor forward and we're gonna get this done. So I've done some kind of sorry, just saw a message on my phone and I'm like, who was that? And it was just like a food thing trying to get my attention, like come and eat at our restaurant or whatever. Thought it was an actual human being. Okay. Um, so I want to uh, define up this pile of eggs more. The color scheme, I think, will go in this direction. I want to kind of like bring the details of the characters of the area into these mice just through their silhouettes a little bit. And yeah, I mean, there's just like a lot of like little features that I just want to keep tuning up. The silhouette of the egg pile, I think, can be kind of tuned pretty early. And then, yeah, I think it's like detailing out the palace kind of layouts, just kind of refining some of the brushwork and edges. Also, I want to make that text into kind of like the vine texture and color, and just kind of like make it connect to the vines a little more if possible. Yeah. Have one playing the harp on the. That might be nice. It might be like. I'll see if I can make that work. Yeah, if I'm adjusting their silhouettes, maybe I can do that. Right now, I like how they're kind of like posed and all that, so I'll see if I can do that. So one of the things that I'm contemplating is right now to kind of like have it where I like kind of the look of it. I actually have this like color layer over top of it to kind of harmonize the colors. Because right now, I've just been doing like or like grabbing swatches and painting in like a grayscale view. So the actual colors are just a mess. You know, like I must have grabbed a value up in here to do these eggs here. So it's all wrong. So ultimately, this is gonna like be, you know, smushed over the whole thing in the end. But a question I have right now, and this is something that I somehow always talk about on stream, and it's not something that I like kind of like battle with so much just when I'm doing art not on stream. It's interesting. But I'm faced with that moment of like I kind of want to smush it all down, flatten it. Interestingly enough, with scenery, I find that's a little more doable. With like characters, you have like outfits and like limbs kind of going over top of each other, and having those separated into different layers can like really assist with that. And here there are definitely areas where it's like the overlapping is going to be hugely benefited from layers. Like, so for example, the eggs, this vine, and the background here, having those separated into layers, massively easier to work with, as well as this bloom of light. You know, if I smush this down, can't I select that? Okay, I don't know why I can't select that. Did I squish that down? Must have. All right, well, with this bloom of light up here, having that be its own layer makes it a lot easier to just kind of like manage those details. But at the same time, having this like color layer on the very top makes it a lot more difficult to kind of fine tune everything, because I just kind of have to apply that over top of everything in the end. But you know what? I always have this kind of weird kind of like debate with myself on stream where it's like I shouldn't flatten it, but I kind of want to. And then anytime I have done it, I'm kind of like I kind of regret it. So I'm not going to do it right away. But there will come a time when I think it will make sense to actually kind of flatten it down. But maybe not. Maybe not. Hello, Pika. Usually it's Charlie that comes onto my lap on stream. Say hello. Pika. It's interesting. Pika is normally the most cuddly of the cats. But when it's stream time, Charlie seems to be the one who kind of joins me on camera for the most part. Yeah. But I don't know where Charlie's at right now. I'm kind of surprised. Okay, so I'm not going to merge everything. Then any word on when AutoHarp will go live? I do not have any specifics around when that's actually coming. Unfortunately, I cannot inform you about that, but it will be nice. Yeah, Torty. Hey? You got that good scritchy hair that goes up my nose? Yeah, you do. Hey? It's very sweet. Does Charlie inspire some of my work? Yeah, actually. She does. Okay, so one of the things I've done is I locked the color layer, which might be good or bad actually now I'm thinking about it. So when I'm selecting a layer, like I want to select the vine layer here, I can't just like do the hotkey to grab it because the color layer is absolutely overriding everything. The color layer is on and I try and select that, it's just going to select the color layer because it is literally on top of all of the image. So I've locked it, but that also means when I go to grab a color, I am... Well, maybe I'm wrong about this. Okay, I might be wrong about this. That might be for draft layers, actually. Okay. Ignore me. There's a setting that I set up where if a layer is set to a draft layer, which I can't do because it's a clipping layer, it's a complicated thing. All right, actually, no, can't do that. I wouldn't be able to select the color from that specific layer type. I thought that applied to a lock layer. It doesn't, so we're good. I've just been grabbing weird colors because I've been painting in grayscale mode, and I can't see color when I'm doing that, which is fine. Doesn't matter, because I have this color layer on the top. It's going to override everything. And then we're gonna take a layer on top of that, and that will be our fine-tuning layer. It'll be treating it as if it's all flattened anyways. I don't need to flatten everything. I don't know why I'm obsessed with that while specifically on stream only. It's weird. Okay, so here I am on this vine layer. Actually, I want to go into this vine layer. And I'm gonna basically keep this this edge highlight going here. So I'm gonna bring it onto the top of the vine here. So essentially we have our very bright blooming light source behind the castle here. And one thing that I want to kind of keep in mind while I'm working on this is because it's a journal theme, we actually don't get to see kind of the bottom or the top together at the same time. So while I'm kind of like rendering this, I don't want to be thinking about like, oh, these have to connect. They kind of do, but like if it stands alone as an illustration, then that's the important thing. So I might actually just have these kind of guards up here so that while I'm painting these, I'm not kind of like thinking about the composition as its whole, like top and bottom combined. And that actually, I think, makes this feel even better to me. Because while looking at it here, there's something off about this composition to me. However, like, when it's on its own, I think that I can resolve it a little bit easier. So with this one, it feels very, very much kind of like heavy on the left, and I need to kind of like do something on the right to kind of like balance that well. I think that the castle itself here is going to need a lot of tune-up, and when it has that, that might help a lot. the way that I've laid out the sides here, I do need to have these be like vines going through it, so that'll have to be consistent. Because I was thinking just now, I'm like, well, maybe if the top here, this vine is kind of pushed back, even though it's like really heavy on the left, maybe the castle popping out would work well. But thinking about it, I do want that to be a vine that is like in the foreground still. So just so that it is consistent when you're like scrolling up and down, you see that connection between them, and that works. So I don't know. Yeah. So currently it is still kind of like working on the value structure of the image. I think coloring wise, we're actually going to keep it relatively close to what I have here, and then we'll kind of like push it a little bit more here and there, and then maybe add like a little pop of contrast color. So like we kind of have this purple orange vibe going here, so we can get like a little bit of a teal, cyan, like a touch of that color somewhere to just make it pop might be nice. We'll see. Again, like I talked about this on the last stream, color theory is not a strong suit of mine. I think it's amazing what it can do, and I want to learn more about it and do better at it. So that's one of the things that I'm kind of challenging myself with here. And as you may know, I tend to like to challenge myself to things that I struggle with on stream. I don't know why, but yeah, so that's what we're gonna try and do. I do like the detail on the vine here is kind of interesting. It's simple, but it reads. I will change the silhouette of it right now because it like you see this like twisting texture, right? It looks like chords like wrapped and kind of like twisting together, and I want that. Oh, I saw Charlie in the background there. Just looking at the food container. But it still feels kind of like flat. It's a little bit three-dimension thanks to kind of like these curves and twists and stuff. But I think that if I just kind of like play with the edge a little bit, I can actually kind of like give it even more that kind of like texture I want it to have. So just having it kind of cut in and out a little bit. Honestly, it doesn't take much to just kind of be like, yeah, okay, now that looks more like there's actually like thicker ropes of vine kind of bound and twined together, intertwined. And like I don't want it to be too repetitive, too consistent either, because that's not as interesting. So I might want to do something like this, where I cut into it significantly, but then there's just kind of like enough of a gap here. You know, and that kind of flows with that chord there, so that works. But it's almost like if you had like a nice kind of chunky rope, and then you kind of start to untwist it, it kind of like spreads itself apart a bit. Kind of want a bit of that feeling with it, and having these little kind of gaps, I think, can help show that. Like have this stick out more than kind of the other parts of it. Kind of just gives it more texture, right? It doesn't take much. So when I was a kid, I don't know if this is the most like relatable to this technique here, but I got the special edition of Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within movie, and that was like a DVD that came with the like, or is it Blu-ray or whatever? It came with like a special um, disc of like the making of, and I enjoyed the movie a lot, but I absolutely like watched the like behind the scenes so much, and there was hours of it. It was great. And one of the lessons that I took away from that was they were showing how they did like this there was like a dream sequence or something. I kind of forget, but there was like a whole bunch of these kind of like alien characters in that shot. It was like thousands of them on screen. And what the artists were talking about was how it was actually like a still image, but all they had to do was like move, like do tiny little kind of like movements on just a few of the like characters in that huge field of just like uncountable amounts of characters. And just by having just a few of them moving, your brain instantly read the whole place as just like being alive. And it's just interesting how like all you need to do is just get like the tiniest like, okay, this little part breaks that edge, and now suddenly that whole thing feels more like it's this kind of like chunkier, kind of textured material, just with like enough to kind of like tell your brain like, no, this has like different kind of like surface qualities. Oh, here's Charlie. My lap is occupied. Sorry. Hello. Yeah, you're like, what do I do now? I can't get on your lap. Just sniffing each other now. Okay. Well, you get the Charlie butt at least. Where are you going? You're just gonna lay down on my desk? Come on. Come on. Can't have that. I'm sorry. Where are you going? Are you gonna go onto the desk over there? Yeah? She's got like a little scab on her chin. I don't know what you did. Did you scratch yourself or did Pika scratch you? Yeah. Away you go. They have this like route that they figured out, and it'll like often go like behind my monitors or like up onto like a little bookshelf I have on my desk, and then like down and like out and around and then through my like plant shelf and stuff. Yeah, little obstacle course for the cats, I guess. The brain kind of wants to start unraveling the vine. Yeah. Yeah, so there is some artifactiness to the render. But one thing to note is like this is drawn kind of like oversized already. So I think this is actually technically the size that it is kind of like viewed as in-game, and then like the detail view I think is maybe this size, around that, approximately that. It's not exactly. Yeah, so it's not like the super highest res file, but also if I did kind of like make it like 4 times the size that it needs to be, I would end up being even more caught up in like ultra detail, which that can be a trap for me. So I need to kind of not do that to myself. Okay, so yeah, this right vine is very gnarly. It is definitely under detailed and rendered. We also have the sketch layer, which I think is time to say bye-bye to. Which I think that's the text. Find that sketch layer. Ah, there you are. Okay. Oh, that's why the castle is like weirdly gray. Okay, so we haven't actually blocked in that. That's interesting. I'm going to take a look at the bottom portion without the sketch as well, because we're going to have to resolve some of this sooner than later. Yeah, okay, so the palace. Cool, okay. That's next steps, I think. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of the sketch portion here on this vine. Cloud. Don't need any of it on the left side here. Don't even think there is any on the left side anymore. I figured that out enough to erase it all. So, yeah, what we'll want to do is kind of like get this stuff blocked in. Nicer fine here. Yeah, all that I think is good enough. So that the palace stuff here, I should pull up my reference for the palace again. Cool, okay. So it's mainly just dealing with castle stuff then. So I should definitely have just give me a minute. I'm gonna try and find the promo art for the Bountiful Beanstalk. Splash page. Hey, there we go. Cool. Alright, I can pull up the JPEG version of that. Whoa. There we go. Cool. Okay, so this works pretty well. Open with Clip Studio. Come on. Computer's being slow. There we go. Okay, so this is going to be very handy for us. Here we have the splash art made by Kelly. So we have 3 characters here, which will be great for kind of taking these 3 and kind of making them the same characters. I think that'd be a nice way to handle that. And then we have kind of like a reference of the castle here, which we can use to kind of like inform this. I technically also have the map, which has kind of a shot of it. So do I have the headers here? No, that's the thumbnails for it. Okay. So we have Clip Studio. We have this here. It has a castle shot there. Then I don't think it's going to be in that folder. Release. Oh no, it'll be in the maps. Maps. So I'm going to be rambling to myself a little bit. Interface. Content. Map. Current. Yeah. Alright. Open with Clip Studio. Okay. So here we have my version of the castle. So we have kind of like 3 different castle shots. So they're all like kind of based off each other, but they're not exactly the same, as you can tell. So what would be kind of the most kind of like appropriate version for this is kind of like to be determined, maybe. So if I move this down here, and then this here, this here, what we can do is kind of have all of the reference up at the same time. So if I move this there, and this there, here we go. It's a lot, but it's kind of neat to see the different takes on it, because this one here on the left, Lauren did that. The one in the middle, Kelly did that, and the one on the right, I did. So, and the one here, I'm like, it's totally different anyways. It's got like 2 slits on each side, tiny doors. I think I want to go with like big imposing doors, the double turret that is like stacked above. They all kind of represent that. Turrets kind of above, vines wrapping around. I think that I could have played it up more on the map, but I like what we have on the other ones. Really big drawbridge door, and just like more boxy and kind of upright than what I have in the sketch here. So that's something I will mock up right now, I think. Okay. So, do we want it to be, okay, so looking at the vantage point, we're kind of with Gustav up on the pile of eggs here. Potentially almost even looking down on this castle almost. I don't think we'll have like a really high vantage at all. But okay. So we want the double turret, and those definitely extend above. This makes me just kind of want to get rid of that vine, at least temporarily. The drawbridge doors, those to be even bigger. We got the kind of screaming face of the castle there. Okay. So yeah, something more like that. And then yeah, we want to kind of get the turret kind of tops. I don't know what that's called anymore. Yeah, so here we can have the light source just kind of peeking out behind the wall there. I kind of like the clouds kind of like overtaking the castle. It's kind of like being just kind of drowned in clouds almost. Okay. And I like the very, very like thin and tall window slits too. But also like the kind of arch detail that Kelly has here. So I should have actually done this on its own layer instead of the sketch layer. So this might look wonky for a second, but I'm actually going to cut that out. Put it on its own layer, take it off of being a draft layer, because I think I'll just render it in this layer. So I want to put that to 100%, and we're going to go grayscale. It's far away, so I don't want the shadows to be very strong on it. Actually, you know what? I'm going to leave it as a sketch. I'll do a layer behind it, though. use that as a fill. Yeah, so when something in atmosphere is like really far away, sorry, if there is something really far away that you're looking at, and there is a good amount of like atmosphere and light between you, what tends to happen is the actual light traveling from that object, like the light hitting that object and then going through space to reach your eyeball, it's traveling through a lot of atmosphere. So in this case, we have all this cloud of moisture is basically little tiny droplets of like ice crystal or like water vapor. And as that light is like heading towards you, it might like hit a little kind of bit of something and just kind of scatter a little bit. And so what tends to happen is like if it was like perfectly clear, there was nothing, it was like a vacuum between you and the castle really far away, light would travel in like a nice straight line. So anything that's shadow isn't going to have the light kind of like coming from that spot to your eyes, because there's no light being bounced from that tiny shadow. But because there's atmosphere and it's kind of bouncing the light a little bit, shadows tend to get just filled in with light from other areas in a way that gets scattered around. So what tends to happen is shadows fall off because light from just everywhere around it just kind of fills in that a little bit, this haze. So that's like when you're looking at like mountains far off in the distance, they'll be like pretty just kind of like gray or blue. Like a lot of the time it'll get the atmosphere's color. So like if it's a nice kind of blue sky, you're gonna see mountains far off, and it's kind of gonna have that same bluish as the kind of like the ambient air and sky around it. Because yeah, essentially it is just kind of like the light from the atmosphere is bouncing around and kind of filling in. So your shadows will fall off. I may be incorrect exactly on the explanation, so don't quote me on that, but in principle that is kind of like what you'll tend to see, and that's how I think about it. So far it seems to work, I think. Not sure if it's other things like a Rayleigh scattering and stuff, but yeah, it's based on that kind of principle as I understand it. Yeah. Maybe the turrets are too high. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, they could be a bit too high in this shot. Let's drop them down. Also, I might as well try and make them match each other. Instead of being like weirdly, like one's just taller than the other. Okay. So, kind of like the idea of like maybe it lines up with the text there. Also, let's perhaps have the tops of these instead of kind of like running up into the bottom of that, maybe they actually drop down from that. So I can just kind of overpaint this, because then I can just fill that in. There we go. Alright, so that's a little cleaner looking. This kind of cutout here is from the light source, which I might move up into that corner right here. I don't know why, but I want it to be like jammed right into the corner. Okay. Again, we don't need like perfection on any of this. Hi again, Charlie. Bye again, Charlie. You know, it's gonna be viewed pretty small, so you know, getting it pixel perfect is not a requirement. We don't need to like occupy too much time doing that. Value-wise, I do like it having a little bit more contrast, just especially because there's like so much like weight on the left side of that shot that I want there to be enough interesting detail on the right that like your eye can kind of like go between the two and find that interesting and not like too weird. So I kind of want to have like a little gap between these, but what's happening with the turrets is they're actually like, you know, these circular things. So like head on you'll get like a bigger gap, but like at the side the gap is really narrow, which is why I'm kind of like these tiny narrow ones versus like the big gaps. So hopefully that works. It like technically I might not even see any of the gaps at the very outer edge, but we'll put it in anyways. Okay, so we'll bring the sketch back. We're gonna drop it down a little bit. Maybe like so. I still want the arch to like just take up most of it. I think we can just erase a lot of the sketch, to be honest. Yeah. Cool. And then, so what I can do is actually create this as a clipping mask here. And I'll just use this as the rendering layer. Because we're in grayscale mode. I'll in fact set this to a luminosity layer, which is just a brightness layer. That's what it's called here. And then I can just kind of basically paint my shadows into this. Now, because it's so far away, I don't want crisp shadows. That'll really make it feel like it can't be very far away. Because as I said, like you want things to kind of like some of the light to like bleed into the shadows. So even if you can get like some nice dark shadows, which I might want a little bit of that to kind of like bring up the contrast and interest. I definitely don't want hard edge shadows. And another thing I want to think about is like, okay, the main light source is like directly behind this thing, so it's practically blinding us. So we might choose to kind of like wash the whole thing out with a bit of a gradient behind it, just because it's like overloading our eyes, and like since that's so bright, everything else in comparison is, you know, just kind of like pushed to the extreme. So like what I was trying to demonstrate here with the edge of these eggs, like we would probably technically have like all this atmospheric light on the tops of them over here. Oh, the Feedback Friday camp banner might not be showing up today. Interesting. Okay, but yeah, so we might have like all this this like light from the atmosphere around on top of these eggs. However, with the like super intense bright reflection here, it's just so bright, all the subtlety of the light here would just get knocked out of proportion, because our eyes kind of, they have like a narrow range that they kind of like focus down between it. It's cameras can do this and other things where it actually like I'm like gonna be mixing up all my terms and like confuse everybody, but like there's high definition range or something like that, HDR cameras, which basically take in like all levels of light. Um, and what photographers or other cameras or like artists will do is they'll actually purposely like limit the range that you're actually like kind of seeing the levels of kind of like light and shadow to kind of like a more narrow band than technically what could be perceived. Um, so here it's like kind of all the little subtle kind of notes here, I'm purposely washing those out to make that feel like it's just too bright. It's overloading my senses. So we can do something similar here, where it's like we're practically looking at the sun. You know, like that's actually the sun peeking out behind the castle. So I would almost be tempted to actually just completely blast out any detail. And that might actually technically feel the most appropriate to look at. But I don't want it to be like super dark either, so it might actually just wash out all detail, but not be. No, it's hard to know exactly where I want it. But I like the idea of like the detail coming through almost like a gradient. So like the further away we are from that like pure light source, the more kind of detail actually is allowed to kind of like be perceived. And again, like the shadows, I'm letting those fall away. The drawbridge, I would say that can like stand out a little bit. Same with these windows, because they're like fairly different material. Things like actual like light sources that are areas that are catching light, those are still going to kind of like push through the atmosphere. Again, you lose kind of like definition, but those will travel further than shadows. I don't know if I'm making any sense, but that's just at least how I'm kind of thinking of things. Another thing is we're going to have like, so this is like tucked into, you know, nice soft clouds. And those are all going to be kind of like bouncing light and scattering light themselves. So that's another thing that we might need to consider is we're going to get a lot of bounce light onto this. So it's going to fill in a lot of those shadows. Even the bottom of this door, I think, might be just kind of lost to the shadows a bit, or to the blooming light, as it were. So even then, I think that's too much contrast with the shadows. Like I think the darks are a little too dark for it to feel as kind of like far away as I want it to. So it's almost like we're allowed to have highlights and stuff, but we're not really allowed to have like shadows happening. If I just wash that all out, that works. If I wash it out even more, that still works. Thank you, Michelle. And we could, yeah, I think I'll just have that like lose its edge completely. Even it'll just bleed out, and that kind of feels like it's overwhelmed my senses almost. So like the darkest spot maybe is just barely perceived. If anything, it's just because it's in lieu of a highlight. So that feels like it's like atmospherically more appropriate now. Really pushing it back. These having like a hard edge here, I think I want to change that. So like the value of it, the kind of like lightness and kind of just overwhelmed by the atmosphere, I think is appropriate. But the definition of those edges is too crisp. So I think I'm going to still lighten it up at the bottom, just to get that billowy feeling around it. Yeah, so here I'm going to basically just let all that just kind of fall away. So you can kind of get a sense of maybe how that feels like it's lost in a sea of clouds and just thicker kind of atmosphere. So, like, as long as you can kind of tell what it is, and it's interesting, but it's not like demanding your attention, I think that's where I want that to sit. Now with it being like a pure light source here, I am okay with there being kind of like a little bit of specific detail right where that light is kind of blasting us. So having that kind of bottom edge of that turret kind of catch that light, I think that's kind of interesting. I do want to get these windows somehow visible here. So maybe, yeah, okay, I'm okay with that. I think that works. Nice. Alright. Not bad. Okay, again, I'm gonna look at this with kind of like just the top frame visible. So one of the challenges is, I'm gonna give it a save. I want that to feel like it is a light source, you know. It is hard to do with this just naturally having a white background. So I almost want to put a haze behind the whole thing, just a light gradient that goes almost to the very edge, and then that way I can have that kind of like light, the glow of that light source. Lower that back down. Alright, so behind all this then, behind that, yeah. Let's do super gentle brush, just like a very, very, very soft peach kind of color. And just kind of, just a little haze. That'll just let me like give things like a super like bright edge to it, so the white will pop here, right? Give it a little more. But I don't want it to go all the way to the very edge. So I'm gonna go along the top with a hard-edged eraser and make sure that it's not actually touching the very edge of the frame. Cool. Okay, I think that works. So these bands here, I'm just going to soften those edges. we can play with kind of like the layers of the clouds and like so basically like this edge here. You know, I think we could get more of those kinds of interesting kind of details and little puffs of clouds and stuff that go from this super far away castle up to the foreground here. Also, what happened down here? Did my egg layer move? It did. Ooh, interesting. What was that attached to? I think it was this light source layer here. Yep. Okay. So I shouldn't have moved the whole light source up. Trying to find where it was is the challenge. It's approximately there, maybe? Yeah, good enough. I figured it. Okay, so instead of moving the bounce on that cloud, should have just moved this part. I didn't realize how many different parts that layer was doing. Just to make sure I didn't screw it up even more than I did. Yeah, okay, so it's all of this that got moved. Not ideal. I should have realized. Alright. Cool. So that I think is a good enough place right now for this. I am going to just kind of push that in a bit. And then have just pure white. Ooh, actually, you know what? This might be an interesting moment to pull out that contrasting color. So oddly enough, if you want something to look beyond bright, like burning your iris bright, you actually take the color of the light that you want it to have, grab the opposite of that, go very nearly white, and then with a really hard edge brush, just paint in. Actually, I'm going to have to do this above the color layer. Just kind of paint in a hot spot. And that'll actually kind of give this like idea to your brain, because again, we're very easy to trick with visual cues. Kind of gives this feeling of like your eye has an after image because it's so bright it actually like overloaded those nerves and caused it to kind of burn out. You know, if you look at something too bright and you look away, you actually have that after image. So by taking the contrasting color and just like the subtlest shift from white into that color with the white band around it, that's how you get that eye burning goodness. And I like that little trick. It's quite a nice one. So if you're painting a direct light source and you want it to just feel like it's overloading, that's my little trick there. With the whole kind of like limited palette, it actually maybe makes that even more intense feeling too, because it's like all of this is like purple and orange, and then you have that one spot of like the cyan. Yeah, in terms of like at scale, that might not actually work. You know, up close, it might work, but yeah, I'm gonna have to tweak that probably just a bit, play around with that. Might even try and get like a lens flare. I don't tend to use those. It was like a joke in the art community like decades ago, and I think most people avoid that, but it can look nice if you do it well. With that light source right there, I could actually see it being something nice. But I'm gonna take a super quick break because I had one of those moments, you know, when you're like really distracted with something and then you kind of like shift to something else and you realize you are just desperately thirsty, just absolutely like you need to chug an entire one of these in a single like 20-second span, like without breathing. I had one of those just before stream, and now I need to take a very quick bio break, so I'll be BRB. But yeah, that's the thing. All right, BRB. I'm back. Shortest break ever. Alright. So. Let's see. Alright. So I like what we have going with the castle. I think we can merge that down actually. Happy with that. Get some of that kind of glow up in front of the castle here. Because these clouds are definitely in front, right? And they're definitely getting hit by this light. Okay. Nice. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. I like what's going on. These clouds feel nice. This vine definitely needs attention though, so I'm gonna do that. This edge right here is way too harsh, so I'm actually going to just use a smudge brush. Just go around and just kind of soften some of those edges. Not sure if that was a bit too much. Yeah, that feels too much. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It looks like a jagged kind of harsh vine compared to all the others, which are just kind of like these billowy soft, not soft, but just kind of wrapping things, and like just the whole kind of shape is just bad. I don't think it works. All right, so is this its own layer? Not quite. Okay. So what I think I'll do is actually just kind of erase most of that. Right. I actually almost like it being practically non-existent. So let's see what this looks like with kind of the bottom portion knocked out, right? Because this is kind of like how people will see it. It would be just kind of the top, the bottom is lost to the scrolling. What do we need of this? What I'm thinking is, so we have this one kind of wrapping in from the left, kind of reaching up and kind of dancing along the bottom. So it's kind of pulling us up and then feeding us into the center. We then kind of like our eyes will go along the text and read that, and then we kind of see this castle, and then this is going to be a high contrast element. So its job, I think, is to kind of keep us inside of this composition. So I kind of still want it to kind of like wrap back in. Or does it maybe need to kind of like go down? Kind of hard to say. Okay. So let's just play around. So it's like, it could just be like a little end point. But is there a way to make it kind of go back into the rest of the scene. Like almost if it was, you know what, here's what I'm thinking. I'm going to do a new layer here because I need it to be able to go above most of this. Weird. Okay. I'm not sure why it didn't seem like it was working. Oh, maybe because of this overlay. Okay, well, try this. So we need the right side to kind of fill this right bar with the vine, right? But how that kind of appears to us when we're looking at it in game could be where those feel a little bit separated. If we want, we could have this kind of like being a little vine that kind of connects to this bigger one, perhaps. They like dance together. So it could be something like that, where it's like actually, oh, that's just like a thin little line that kind of came sprouting up. Again, it doesn't quite have the same feeling, but this does look like maybe now it's like, oh, it was just this vine that kind of like danced out of frame. Maybe it like pops up here and there, and it kind of goes out and kind of like becomes this one over here. Like we could do something like that if we want. That might make the travel across the kind of scene more controlled, you know? We have this kind of like interesting foreground detail just at the very bottom edge, perhaps. We could potentially raise the castle up a bit too. Sure. Kind of like how it sort of looked like the left vine curls into the one that goes through the O. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like so, kind of make them connect. There's a bit of a rhythm that happens with that. Maybe. Kind of like it being a bit thinner on the right. Also, this kind of like way of playing with those shapes, it actually feels a little bit like the ye old kind of text where they'd have like, you know, a big capital letter and just like a whole bunch of stuff wrapping and dancing around it. It's kind of neat. It very much invokes that kind of fairy tale storybook vibe, which is kind of like something we were drawing on for the areas, right? So, I mean, maybe I don't know how to do it very well, but if the hunter's journal text had that kind of a feeling to it, that could be good too. Might be too much though. And one thing about it is it's always kind of like just the first kind of capital letter, I think, that they would do that too. Yeah, so this is very like vineyard vine, you know, thin and spindly and lots of little kind of details and like, I'm not sure if it feels quite like the rest of the vine, but one thing I think the vine itself here it could have, I think it's lacking, is like more of that kind of, you know, little detail, like the leaves and stuff. Like other shots definitely have more of that going on, right? And I think it would make sense to include that. And I think if I do, we'll have more of a vine that feels appropriate to match that, right? Maybe like a little leaf here. You even want it to kind of dip out of frame, maybe not. Kind of looks like something you could be like walking along, you know. Or does it actually duplicate this? Because I do like what's going on over here, but like maybe it actually kind of like goes like whoop and then down, right? Not quite like that, but something fun like that. Yeah, the leaf on the end feels kind of out of place. Yeah, I think we'll deal with the text a little closer to the end. Like we might sprout the whole thing. There might be little kind of thin, spindly vines kind of wrapping around it. I think that it's going to be based off of this kind of vine up here to make that really work, though. Right. Oh yeah. Apostrophe leaf, you're right. Der. That's gotta be, yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sold on that leaf sprouting out of the end like that, but I think we'll figure that one out. It's one of those things where it's like, yep, that feels right, or nope, not quite. And I think it'll resolve itself. Okay, but do we want kind of like this kind of flow here? I'll make sure you can see it all. Where it kind of does this kind of like whoop, something like that, or do we want it to kind of like loop back? If it does loop back, I kind of want it to curl in on itself a bit, but this feels very kind of like claw-like right now. Not sold on that. I don't really know how to end the vine. from my experience with vines, they often will have like a budding leaf kind of at the end of it, as it's kind of like looking for more purchase. It's kind of getting its like fuel generation sorted. Maybe it'll have like air vines kind of, you know, getting ready to spray it off of it or something. Yeah. Just have that vanish into it. Um, okay. Let's take a look at it with the bottom. Not that it matters as much because we're separating these out, right? They'll feel different. Um, yeah. This middle line, I think I need to thin it out or chunk up the bottom left one. Just because I think that like we'll still look at this and kind of feel like, oh, maybe that one like loops down and then that becomes this vine and up again. That wasn't necessarily what I was intending it to kind of do, but I think it would make sense if that's how we play it. So this needs to be similar thickness to each other. And I'm feeling like because this is about that thick, I want to thicken this one up and maybe thin that just a bit. But yeah. Okay, we got to vote for the loop down. So this is all right. We're gonna label just because someone's loop down might be like, oh, that's a loop down, and this is a loop down, right? So like this one will be, let's say, A, and this one will be B. That'll make it easier for me to know if you guys have a preference. So this one, it's kind of like looping back on itself, if you will. It's a lot more kind of like twisty wrappy. This one, it's kind of like the flow is kind of going downwards again. Maybe I want to adjust. So that could do some kind of vote. I don't know if it needs to have a vote. Like, I think. Well, I do want it to be based off of your guys' kind of interest on it. That's why I do this live, is I want to get the input. So, yeah, A or B in the chat. We probably don't need to set up a poll. That kind of like end in a vine or a leaf, I mean. Do we just curl it up? Do we even have that? Kind of do that spiral. Fan of B fills in the corner. It's true, it does. Yeah, that is a nice advantage of it. And like we can adjust these obviously, right? So like we could have the curly in A take more space. We could have it like be a nice big lovely leaf. Just kind of doesn't quite read well. But like with that light source there, that could be an interesting thing to have, you know? You could have some light kind of scattering through the bottom edge. Might look nice. Just like a little harp just hanging out. I mean, we can do whatever, right? That is the beauty. Preferred the curly bit to the leaf. Okay. Flower. Flower could be cool, but yeah, not really anywhere else. Also, it seems like a harder one to pull off. So there's the big curl here. B for the big curl. Down with A. Alright. So just to kind of like maybe give a sense of what this could do. We'd have like this crazy bright light source as a backlight for it, so we'd get some interesting kind of lighting hitting it. I wonder if I need to do that in grayscale to figure it out. But because this is foreground, we're gonna get like all that, the deep shadows happening. But also because it's like this plant matter, we could have light kind of scattering through the material a bit if we want. Now, this is very sloppy and loose, but using white, that's not exactly what I want to be doing. A little too extreme, I think. I don't know, so there's a little bit of maybe fun definition there. The underside of this being fully lit up, maybe. So I think part of this is also like, I might need to do a layer above to kind of get things popping the colors that I want or something like that. I don't know. So, I'm not sold on that yet. So that's like with the leaf. There's the curl back. Same thing, you know, we can get some nice kind of interesting, you know, punchy light. And because we have all these like little strands kind of looping around it, that could look really neat. So like this goes in front, let's say. Yeah, I feel like this does like invoke a little bit of that storybook element for some reason. I think it's that like the thinner one wrapping around the thicker one. Well, let's see. I don't know yet. You need to help me decide, chat. Alright, so we got leaning more towards B now. I guess the thing is either of them do work, so that's good. Oddly enough, having the lettering here actually I think kind of makes it harder to guess or decide because it actually throws the balance off a bit. So we have A, and we have B. So we like the leaf, A, leaf, or B, vine. Alright, we have 2 for B. Yeah. Well, at least we want them both, so there isn't really a wrong choice, I guess. Alright, we got 3 for B. Okay. Do like A, though. Me too. Yeah, let's just go with this. Yeah, landslide B. Okay. B it is. We can work with that. It does kind of like loop your eye back inwards. I suppose A does that too with the boop, but it's more about kind of like throwing you off the edge of the canvas, which maybe isn't the ideal. Whereas this, it's kind of like it takes you and like spits you back. We could. I don't know if it'll work. But I'm like, do we want to kind of make sure their attention goes back inwards, having like that little loop-de-loop? Honestly, maybe it just kind of like ending by pointing is enough. Little Nightmare Before Christmas curl to it. It's interesting. At size, probably not really going to be all that noticed. So maybe I don't want to overthink it. That edge there kind of makes it feel too boxy when it's super small though. So I'm actually going to smooth that a bit more. There we go. Oops. Apparently I was trying to open a file. Okay, I think I like that. But yeah, I like the this kind of flow across the bottom of this. I'm actually gonna move that to play that up even more. I forget who described it, but like the unwinding, kind of wanting it to feel like it's unwinding a bit. Like I think I want to play that up even more. And actually kind of like make it appear to be doing that. Not to overdo it, but there you go. That kind of gives that feeling of it, right? Yeah. It feels like it's stretching out. I almost feel like this thing should have like monstera leaves. Big and like huge fans with holes in them kind of thing, you know? Probably a bit distracting. Kind of like it on this one though. Play it down a bit. Alright. I like it. Yeah. Let's go with that. So we have 25 minutes before I'm going to go on my lunch break. We could keep rendering this vine, try and get like the top basically resolved to the point where it's like, okay, I think that kind of like is the composition. The text we can deal with later. The like final pass on everything I think we'll do after we're kind of like happy with the top and bottom details. So we could focus on just kind of like getting the top to that state, so then after lunch we'll focus on the bottom frame, which is basically going to be kind of, you know, illustrating this part of it, tweaking the vines, tweaking the eggs a little bit, kind of adjusting their silhouettes to kind of match the promo art, clean up a bit of that vine, And then I think we'll be at the state where we can kind of do the final pass on things, like make sure the colors are where we want them, and maybe the text, and just kind of any final little tweaks. And if we have enough time, I do want to do kind of the actual journal theme icon, or not icon, but the item itself, because that's something that the game has. Is anytime you have a journal theme, there's an item that represents it, so that when you're using it, there's like the item to use, or if you need to like earn it somehow, then there's that item that represents it. So that'll be a part of it. So yeah, let's do the top frame. Try and get that kind of like at the state where it's like, okay, it's resolved. We can move on. So the eggs, kind of want to refine some of it a bit more. The vine here, since we've been on it, I think we could just kind of finish it off for the most part. Let's see if I can merge these two without any trouble, hopefully. If I move this down here, no issue there. What layer is doing that? There we go. Okay. Merge that. Okay, and then there's that sketch here. Get rid of that. Get rid of that leaf. The posture leaf. There we go. That'll work. Probably. Alright. I was like, what is this little artifact? Part of that old sketch. Be gone. Be gone. Cool. Okay. Ugh. So we have this super bright light source. Currently the vine is ignoring that exists. The egg pile is not, the castle isn't, the clouds mostly are. So I want to make sure that the vine does respect that powerful light. So I'm going to go in here. What I think we could do is we could create a new clipping mask layer. And take our vine. Do we want to use a brightness layer for this? I'm not sure. So like here where it's behind the clouds and its angle is kind of like perpendicular to the light source, I do want to kind of just like fully just overload it with light. Like down here, I could see maybe the same thing. And I do want to get that same kind of twist to it. So here we have kind of like this counterclockwise corkscrewing. So it's like twisting, you know, like that. So if I'm trying to kind of make sure it feels like the same vine, I want to respect that rotation for it. So here, I'm actually kind of twisting the wrong way. So we can address that by making this feel like it's overlapping here, and going behind there. It actually works for trying to catch some nice angles of the light here. Okay, so this one coming from below is kind of interesting because it gets to kind of counter that rotation. It goes the opposite way. Kind of like that. So we'll just let, like, whoa, ignore that. So we'll have that come out in front here. Smooth that edge here. Feels a little too angular. Do. Same deal here, we might want it to kind of feel like it's unraveling a bit. And we don't want it all to necessarily be like the same kind of thickness of these like ropes, if you will. It would be more interesting if there's kind of like thin parts and thick parts. And then because we're up close, we will get to kind of play with the shadows and stuff. This is the foreground, right? So what we could do is we could have kind of right here, where it's kind of like unwinding. You get these like gaps between the vine. You get like these deeper shadows. I don't know how deep we want to go with it, but play with it. That said, with like that super bright light source right there, I want us to like overload our senses with it. how to do that well is the question. I think that instead of going like super dark, we just lose our shadow details there, I think. So highlights, we can kind of like use, but all the subtleties and kind of like midtones and shadows are kind of like lost. Until we get far enough away from that our eyes kind of regain their composure, if you will. Something like that. With the colors, it's like a weird kind of gummy, kind of, I don't know, Play-Doh-y. I don't know. I like the idea, Theta Flux, animation of the player slamming into the wall with like a little cartoon spinning star when you like slam into the wall using Leaping Lavish. It's very cute. I like that idea. A lot of fun. I don't get to do kind of like the front end animations to that degree. Because we're working with like browser technology, a lot of animation is actually through still images. Something like spinning stars could be done though, and like a leap, kind of like you do like the squash and stretch and stuff like that. It could be doable. I don't actually do that part of it. It's usually Andrew that does those kinds of things. But I like that idea. It's very funny. It's pretty niche too. You know, like what's interesting is when you're playing on mobile, you don't really get to kind of like have that animation portion of it because the hunt happens and then it like the HUD like the HUD updates behind the scenes. So I might look at kind of like for the future areas, seeing what we can do about timing on that kind of thing. So like when you close the interface of like here's what you caught, then it plays the HUD animation to kind of show you what happened. I think that would be nice, especially because like areas like the area that we're working on right now, there is much more kind of like cool, fun animation that I'm kind of designing. Which again, I don't do the animation part of it, but I can kind of design what might happen, maybe. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. But yeah, doing like an actual like animation isn't something that is very easy to implement with their current systems. Because I've messed around with like frame-to-frame animation. It's a lot of fun. I've done very, very mild versions of it with mouse thumbnails in the past. Very, very mild versions. But in terms of like putting an animation in the HUD, part of why it's challenging is the animations that I export are like GIF format, and those don't have very good transparency at all. It's either like a pixel is totally absent, fully transparent, or there is a fully opaque pixel. So to do something on top of another layer, like a background that has color, you need to have that background painted in to that asset as it's animated. And then when it animates, because GIFs are like super low compression, it can have like a maximum color range of 256 colors. So like you have an animation playing out on top of an illustration, and then wherever that animated GIF is, suddenly that whole box, because it's got to be like a rectangle of some kind, suddenly everything in that is probably going to lose a layer of quality before it pops back. You'll notice this with the Hunter's Horn glint. That's actually an instance where you'll be able to notice this happening. So the glint is an animated GIF that I did where I have like the light kind of ride across the surface and do that thing. Um, and when it transitions into the glint, you actually see the quality of the horn just kind of like jump down a step and then back. Um, Also, there's like a weird kind of like just slight scaling or a pixel shift that's tough to kind of like fix. Oh man, it's annoying. I have a so I mentioned a while back on the stream that my cats had this weird route where they like can go behind my monitors and stuff like that. Charlie was like being extra rambunctious, and she like knocked my monitors around, like literally threw them. And my drawing tablet is down here. I can't really pull it up because the cord's too short. There's a drawing tablet right here on my desk, and this monitor that I'm looking at right now with the chat and like my feed and stuff like that. It tipped forward and like landed like face first right on the edge of my drawing tablet, and there's actually a crack in the monitor now, and I was like trying to wipe it away, and I'm like, nope, that's just messed up pixels now. And it's a nice like high-end art monitor too, which is very sad because it's like great color range. So, but it didn't like damage the monitor nearly as badly as I expected. But yeah, there is just like this little kind of like area where I can see things. There's like a weird slice. I keep noticing it because I'm not used to it yet. It happened recently. Yeah. All right. We got 7 minutes. So let's try finishing up this Vine stuff here. I got all rambly. I don't even know what I was talking about. I'm gonna get even more rambly when I return from lunch. Yeah, I'm sorry I pointed that out if you never noticed it before, because now you probably won't be able to unsee it. So apologies there. But it's kind of interesting, like, at the same time, you know, playing with that tech and trying to work with those limitations. So it's not a perfect solution. It does, because I rendered the horn with a higher resolution, there's more colors than 256, if you believe it, in that small an area. So when it compresses itself down into GIF mode, it does lose some quality because of that. But I think it's a trade-off that I'm willing to take, because I do like that little glint animation. I think it adds a little pizzazz to it. I'm okay with it looking different for a snapshot as it's animating. I can accept that trade. Okay, so for this edge here, I definitely want to kind of carve that out, especially if we're going to have some of the clouds kind of falling more into the midtones. And even brighten that up more. Again, we have this egg pile, right? And that's got like massive light glow happening. I think I like what's going on with that. I think I can play up the vine catching the light even more because of that. The colors aren't really where they're going to be right now. Right now we're just dealing with this kind of color overlay, right? Like, look what's happening here, right? So I might get kind of more orange worms and stuff like that on the vine portion here to kind of contrast against the purple behind it. Might look nice. Ties it together with the glow of the eggs. Also, the glow of the eggs will probably impact the vines here. You know, we'll get bounce light happening, this kind of warm, softer light hitting the inside of the vines here, whereas the outside of the vine here, it's a backlight. We're going to have a nice hard-edged kind of light terminator on it. Make sure I'm on the right layer. So Yeah. Three minutes. Ah, ah, ah. Same with the vines over here, right? Like I really want that light to just feel like it's just kind of blasting everything. Yeah, we'll probably get like some of these kind of vines that are kind of poking out a bit, right? Catching the light. Maybe not that one. The ones back here possibly. Like I'm not sure where I want the egg pile to kind of feel like it's starting to obscure stuff. Like, is this behind the eggs? Is it like the light being blocked? I don't think so though. Like, I think this is way far back, so any light hitting stuff is coming from behind all of this. So I think that works. This whole thing could be lit up. It's so thin. It's like practically not able to hit the open button again. Oops. Okay. It's kind of interesting. There's a nice kind of flow and rhythm to it now. I like that. I actually just want to change the color of the text for the Hunter's Horn or Hunter's Journal to just match. There we go. It feels a little better. I think this little leaf right here now feels wrong. It's a little too close to that J. I'll just actually convert that into like a nice little spiral. Alright, with that, we're going to take our lunch. So I'm going to put up a timer. You'll know exactly when I'm returning. Actually, I don't even like that at all. Here we do that. Goodbye. There we go. It just leaves more breathing room for that J there. Okay, so I'm going to turn that off so you can appreciate the whole thing here. I think I have a time lapse for this right now. So let's get that going. Time lapse, export. Sweet. Alright, so I do have that. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up a timer. You know exactly when I'm returning. And once we return, we'll keep going. And we're going to wrap it up today. So, look forward to that. I'll have a Larry loot link upon returning. But until then, I'll see you soon. Alright, I'll be back. Hello, and we're back. Howdy, 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 howdy. Thank you, Michelle. Alright, I have a Larry link for all of you. Thank you, Arctic. Here we go. Some beans. Well, not beans, but bean cheese for the beanstalk. Hop to it. Alright. So, where we left off, we have a, I would say the top frame is like in a decent state. The bottom frame, I think we should address that now, just to make sure that we're pacing ourselves well. There was a question about the colors for like, is this going to be kind of the final color scheme? Oh, very AGI. And yeah, I do actually want to try and work towards having this limited color palette. It's not something I'm used to doing, so I don't know if it's like particularly great and effective, at least how I'm doing it. I've seen it done very well, and I just want to practice doing that. I don't really need the castles there, but I wanted them. I also realized I've been doing a lot of painting where it's like up in the corner because of the references down there, so I wanted to shift it to try and kind of not block the view. Alright, so we're going to shift our focus down to the bottom portion, and so we'll block off the top so we're not really looking at that. What I actually should have done on break was pulled up reference for the palace. So let me grab the floor plans for that. Shared drive takes a bit to load some of the folders because it wants to like stream the large files. So like if there's a folder with a bunch of PSDs, like Photoshop files, it'll be like, hold on, I gotta actually like read this 200 megabyte to 600 megabyte file so I can create a little preview for you to see. So since I started talking, it's been loading in icons one day. I don't even think this is the folder I want to be in anyways. Let's see, exports for browser, that might be it. Aha. There we go. Alright, so I think this, also the previews are just totally bad. It's a bit frustrating with that, because it like crops it down to like a square, whereas when it wasn't on the shared drive, it would like give me a preview of like the full illustration so I could tell what was going on without having to open it. Alright, so this, yes, that will work. And I'm gonna move that down. I guess I can get rid of these. So I'll just tuck them here. Okay. So now, what is that layer? You know, don't even know what that layer is. I'm gonna get rid of it. Okay. Yeah. We have some big files. Anything with like a heads-up display, so the actual gameplay HUDs, those often involve a lot of like many layers, and quite a few of them will use some interesting kind of techniques where it's that file itself is streaming another file inside of it. So like we can create an asset as its own standalone file and then import that. But if I make a change to this file over here, it'll update it over here. So it can be quite handy, but also can make files a bit much. So there's a message here. Okay, cool. Check that out. All right. So where we're at, I want to bulk up this vine on the left here. I think I like the dimension it's got, but I think to kind of scale with everything else, I want this to feel like we're zoomed in on this scene. I also think I want the egg pile here to kind of like really kind of spill out more. I'm wondering if I actually want to have it like just totally like overtake more of that scene here. So if I move this layer here, I take this vine, I cut that out, and I put it behind the eggs, and then take the eggs. I do something like this. That might actually be a better way to really just kind of like bulk up just how many eggs are here. Especially if it is supposed to be like a continuous kind of illustration, or the feeling of, right? Like, so this is the peak of that mountain, and then at the bottom we're just seeing like just the base of the mountain, right? Although technically they're kind of not together, because in this bottom shot we're like looking at the base of, you know, or part of the castle up close, so we're technically like way over here. Who knows? Who knows? It's not actually contiguous. Contiguous? I don't know. It's not a connected illustration, but thematically it is. Kind of like how these vines really don't actually technically connect. It'll be interesting because like most of the time when I do one of these, they do look like they connect, sort of. Suppose when I post it to Facebook, if I remember to, I'll like maybe give even more of a gap, or I don't know. It can look weird side by side, but when they're kind of like standalone, which is how you'll experience it, I don't think it'll feel weird. I think it'll look great. At any rate. So I don't know if I want the eggs to go all the way over like that. But it overlapping is kind of nice. Why is it grabbing so much? Okay. Let's move this even further then. Alright, try that. Yeah, I like a little bit of that overlap. It also saves me having to figure out the details of the palace behind that. It's a little bit less kind of to deal with, which probably is a good thing right now. So we'll do that. I like that. The color here, I think we will shift that. Works. Gotta unlock that layer. Gold there. Cool. Right. Lock that again. Nope, not new folder. Lock. Go back to the eggs. Grab that. Fill that. Bob's your uncle if you have an uncle named Bob, which I do. Cool. big pile of eggs. I actually also want more kind of like just eggs like around, you know? Like if we have this mountainous pile of eggs, right? Like it's not going to be like super vertical like it's kind of represented. I think it's going to be kind of like really spilling out sideways. So let's get more of that going on. Very pointy egg there. And then I also want like a bunch of them just kind of like inside the clouds. Yeah, like that kind of. Not that I want this to feel like some kind of spring egg hunt. Journal theme or anything, you know. It's not the goal. But I definitely want it to feel like there's just a mountain of eggs. Just an absolute mountain. So I kind of like, yeah, the clouds kind of flowing into these eggs a bit. Like that, and then what we can do is we can have kind of like not that. Just kind of like different density of this kind of cloud, just kind of picking out a little bit of the detail. Maybe. So I'm gonna hide the top. Hello? Oh, there we go. Really? Wait. Your PC can barely handle a 40 megabyte PSD, but it has a lot of like up-to-date specs. Photoshop is not playing nice with your computer, it would seem, or you have like a very intense 40 megabyte file. I don't know how you do it. I've had some really weird Photoshop files that are just not kind. Yeah, the hardware I'm running on is nearly as old as MouseHunt. I have like thrown more and more RAM into it as time's gone on, but yeah. The map file has always been massive. Like it's over a gig, the actual file, and then to open it and save it, it takes a while. But it's always been huge. So yeah, that sounds like your computer is not having a fun time with some Photoshop files. Unfortunate, very unfortunate. Okay, so the cloudage here, I want this vine to kind of like maybe kind of come through this a little bit. Maybe. It's hard to say. Eggs, no silhouettes. I definitely need to tackle the sketch back there. Yeah, I mean, the actual like size of the canvas makes a huge difference. Um, that's a decent size. What am I working at here, though? Now this is Clip Studio, so it's a little different. Yeah, so this is like quite a bit smaller. Quite a bit smaller. Yeah, it's like 4K illustration what you have, which is good. You know, you want to have high res, but yeah, not something that always happens here. This is a bit of an older template file, so the resolution's not the highest necessarily, but also it might be something that's good for my flow, where I want to like over render things. If there's any room in terms of kind of like, if I zoom in and there's like enough pixel density, then I'll just keep adding more and more detail. So perhaps best that it's not super high res. Alright, so I just wanted to like thicken up that vine a bit, chonk it up a bit. So I'm just gonna make these strands flow better. So here, I'm kind of getting into a spot where it's like, there's like a lot of layers that are kind of all interfering and interacting with each other. Not necessarily interfering, but kind of have moments where I'm like, do I want to be doing this thing on this layer or that layer? And ultimately, I actually kind of want it to all be one layer, just right here. So I'm getting that thing. I don't know. I need to like give this phenomena a name. The inflattening desire to smush all my layers down, so I can just paint like it's a painting. I guess that's part of what it is. With traditional art, you literally don't have layers to work with, right? You have. Hello? Hello? Weird. Okay. What is blocking that? This is blocking that. See? This is what I'm talking about. This layer is above the layer I was working on. If they were merged together, then I wouldn't have to jump back and forth and try and make them fit each other. So if I bring that closer, I merge these three. Okay, I better check to see what these layers are first. Tempting to merge. Okay. You're a vine up there. You're a vine down there. You're part of a vine there. This cloudage is not vine. And that's giving me pause, because this is kind of the thing that's messing me up. If I do this above the vine, however, yeah, I prefer it above here. I'm gonna do it. Can't stop me. I merged them. So now I can do a little more just kind of painterly. I thought. Oh, the eggs are here. Okay. Now, do a little more painterly stuff here. I just kind of like bounce back and forth blend them together. Yeah, I like having this vine feel like it's flowing towards the spot on the right here. So having it kind of like cradling this mountain of eggs, I think, makes sense. We can have these clouds kind of hazily obscuring the vine. Here we're kind of getting the vine like peeking out from behind the mountain of eggs, right? So where am I on this? Kind of want to hide these. Yeah. Don't need those there. I could keep those eggs and then just merge it. Aha. Okay. So like catching the light over here, right? That makes sense. Good enough. But here we're like behind the mountain of eggs, so our light is kind of blocked off. But we're still going to be getting like atmospheric light kind of giving shape to the vine here. That'll come from kind of all angles, the ground included. But it is quite a bit dimmer. Okay. Right. This layer is the egg layer, so we're good on that. Make sure those eggs don't feel oversized. They're not supposed to be massive, is the thing. Okay, now these, are they gonna have caught the edge of the light? Maybe this one will, but I feel like the ones behind it are gonna be shaded by that vine right beside it. Maybe? Then again, with like all these up front, they're not. Maybe it's better if they don't. Yeah, because that vine feels like it's far away, potentially. Also, with it being that thick, I don't like it being that far away, but I do want it to feel like it is far away, so I'm gonna reduce that whole thing. you just a lone vine? Can I make changes without ruining everything else? I think I can. Okay. So I'm actually gonna just... Do we even need it? I like squish that down and rotate it. Is that good? Because I like the vine. But maybe I don't. You know what? I think I'm gonna try without it. Let's see. Okay, so that has like a weird thing happening there. Maybe we just extend the egg pile even further, to be honest. Maybe that's actually where it needs to go. And maybe it's more sloped in general too. Just because, like, if you have eggs piled on eggs, it's not going to be super steep, I don't imagine. So I need to fix the colors again. Actually, can I just... That's not right. Keep the golds a bit more. I'm gonna overdo it though. Again, we're gonna figure out the colors kind of closer to the end. So I actually do like what I'm seeing as a standalone here. That does feel more like a mountain of eggs, potentially. I need to lock that color layer again, and here we go. So fix that glow, fix the edge of the mountain here. Yeah, it's just literally a mountain of lumpy gold, you know, so it's gonna be a lot of little glowing bumps everywhere. Yeah, trying to get this quite right. It's an interesting thing to figure out, because again, I'm trying to like imagine the light is actually coming from behind that palace, and it's like going through the the pillars and, you know, reaching this glorious pile of gold. So I do actually want it to feel like it's backlighting all of it. But these are also kind of like scattering the light around and bouncing it off each other, and it's just getting intense. Delight. And again, it's one of those situations where, like, if it looks cooler to do it this way, then do it that way, rather than like trying to get like the perfect, you know, oh, this is the most accurate. Just trying to make it look nice for what it is. Okay. So do I want there to be much definition there? I don't think I do. I think I mentioned this before, I kind of want it to like wash out the detail really close to where all that light is. But then like further over is where you can kind of like actually start to witness all the interesting detail. Let's see. Darker. Trying to get the scale to work as well. Okay, so maybe the best way to do this is if I'm working from the back to the front, I'll just have things overlapping each other. So if I start with the tops, those are the furthest away, so like the leftmost to the top. Kind of like drawing scales. You like draw the ones furthest back underneath the other ones, and then you paint the next layer on top of those, and they just kind of overlap them. That. Technically, with like a metallic like gold, you want to get certain kind of things happening with reflections, and it gets all very complicated, but interesting. But with this many little kind of eggies, I don't think we want to get too crazy into the like metallic reflection rules. It's a lot, especially with like something like an egg shape. You get reflections on the surface of a rounded thing, and it's not like perfectly spherized either, so it's going to do a whole lot of weirdness. I don't really need to get caught up in that level of detail, because I know I want to, but Mountain of eggs. It's basically painting scales. Not the most engaging content, I'm sorry about that. It'll be interesting to have there be like a subtle, Charlie, don't hit all the hotkeys, please. You're very cute when you stretch, but when you just like mash your hands down on all the buttons on my keyboard, it's not helpful. Not as helpful. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting when it's kind of like, I have the like, the shapes of all the eggs and kind of see what's going on with that. And then we have kind of like a little bit of that gold kind of like flowing into it, and it like transitions to that kind of purple, and then maybe like at the outer edge we kind of return to that gold. I think that'll look kind of nice, hopefully. It's the hope anyways, right? Let's get these eggs on the top here. And again, like, I want to have a band where like we kind of just lose the ability to like perceive the like slight details. I think it's probably around that area. Very kind of organized feeling eggs now. Perhaps too much so. Shift them around a little bit more. I feel like there is a much more efficient way to do what I'm doing. Oops. It. I'm going to spend all day doing this. Now we're kind of getting into an area where we could have kind of the haze of the clouds take over and kind of obscure most of it, which is good. Nearly there. Yeah, we have like the haze covering a lot of this now. Cool. Mountain of eggs. Yeah, and like it feels flat right now because of how I've kind of treated it in such a uniform way, and then it doesn't really change a whole lot there. So what I'm going to do is just kind of go over it middle. Just kind of hit it all to be a bit darker in the center, and it lightens kind of as it goes to the outer edges, and then we can kind of like play with the color a bit too to kind of warm it up over there. There's still a sense of the gold through the whole thing. Okay, so that cloud in front is kind of just a little bit mushy. It's not ideal. Cool. All right. The egg pile, I actually kind of want there to be like, not like reflections of the light source, but like reflections of each other. Kind of lighting up a bunch of these more like super saturated eggs. So it'd be like a glittering pile here. This might be a layer on top to kind of like get that color more so. Something like that maybe. Again, that'll be more kind of like right near the end that I come in with a layer on top to deal with that kind of stuff, I think. Cool. Okay. So you've simplified it by just making it an absolute mountain of eggs, kind of like that. Hopefully it reads. Harder to say. Those little cuties sitting out on the vine there. And if we take the splash image here, we can look at these kind of characters and just see like, okay, this one has like the dress and the wig. This one's got like the guard outfit, and this one's more vine themed. So I actually want to try and replicate these characters here. So who could be what? Just trying to think of what ones would read the easiest if I translated them into these characters. So I'm thinking for the wig character, the dress. The one on the right is going to have the most difficulty with like trying to kind of like convey some specifics. So the wig itself creates like a nice silhouette to show off. So that might be the best one to use for that. The knight helmet and stuff might catch some nice light from this angle, and we can show that belt across the waist here. Also would work well for either of those two. Honestly, they could all work. I'm gonna go with the big vine, or sorry, the wig hair here. Maybe that's the hardest one to do anything special with, though. Not quite. Alright. I'm going to do a layer on top just so I don't mess up the mice. So, actually if I move this character over, and I get rid of the wig, have the arms kind of hugging the knees. And then the background cloud here, I think if I knock that lower down, I can appreciate that silhouette a bit more. kind of like the guard character down here. Trying to get a little more like metal reflection feeling. Okay, it's very high contrast, so I might have pushed that a bit too far. Knock some of that down a bit. And I think that feels a little more like the guard climbing. And then for the leafy one, I think I just need to make its ears quite a bit bigger. Like give it that like frilled collar. So it has like such thin ears that they like kind of glow a bit. So we can kind of give a bit of that feeling to it. I guess they both are doing that knee tucked pose, huh? Okay. I'm happy with that direction. I'm going to merge those together so I can do this little cleanup thing here. also be casting a shadow onto the vine. It does feel a bit bigger than I want for this mouse at least, so I'm going to shrink it down a bit. That one seems like a petite kind of mouse, whereas the guard might be the biggest. I like them all kind of feeling same size here. Great. Okay. A bit of a kind of glow from the bounce light, I guess, to give that definition. That works. Can see that little spiral. Almost. Great, okay. Give this a save. Whew. Alright, this. Get rid of that. We need to deal with the ballroom, or not the ballroom, the Great Hall. That's what I meant. Need to deal with the Great Hall here. So, this layer here is the sketch for it. So we'll do a new layer. How do I want to handle that? We could take mid-tone here. Fill, and then take a layer on top of that and do our pillars. Trying to think of a good way to actually do this. Kind of our balcony here. Make this nice and short, thin. technically, these actually probably should extend into like big peaks here. Guess that I did one too many. Make that contiguous, that might work. Okay. Sure, we'll go with that. And the layer above, I erase that. Just pretend that this is all pillars. Okay. And then this will go into arches. I guess start lower down if I want the light to be right here. I'll do that. Again, we don't need to be like really perfect with the details. I think as long as like at size it reads as, you know, what it's supposed to represent, then I'll be happy with that. Oh, I recognize those patterns of shapes. I feel like that's supposed to be the Grand Hall. So we have like circles, circles, and circles. Might be best to use a hard-edged brush for this. Not my greatest work. I'll slow it down just a hair, I can actually get better shapes. So we'll do that. Okay. Okay, so it's not exactly correct. There's kind of like the circles are supposed to be above 2 each. Okay, okay. Let me try that. So these don't extend all the way up. And we get like a circle above each, which doesn't quite work because they're supposed to kind of connect. Yeah. there's like the ribbon. Which I kind of want to do then on a separate layer in case I do anything different with the color. Really? I want to just omit that detail. Kind of distracting almost. Okay. And this. I feel like there'd be like more layers below, but they're being obscured by the clouds. These could go above all of it. I think I want it to kind of be wrapping around the outside, actually. Enough so that when these beams kind of stretch out, it feels like it can be pointing at that pile of eggs. Otherwise, this doesn't really work. What is this? Get out of here. Photon Master. That's the title I've always wanted. Cool. Okay. I'm thinking that's starting to get where I want it. do a layer behind that. Because I need to work with the mouse. Thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. Yeah, so we kind of have this nice kind of, you know, foggy haze kind of riding the base of the image here. I think I'll actually have it go behind the eggs here too. I think that would work well. So maybe this layer right here. If I kind of grab my gentle brush and just kind of make it bloom and kind of obscure the castle a bit there. Might help. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm glad that you're liking it. Okay, so there's a bit of a weird kind of edit here. If I actually just blur this, am I gonna get away with it? Almost, almost. Okay, I don't know if I wanted to. Actually, I could link it up. I don't like that little band there here. So if I have this like twist into that one, I still like it reaching down and up like that. Right. So we do something like this. Okay, so this is twisting counterclockwise. Okay. It does it work? Okay, wait. So you rotate like that, goes up. Yeah, it's twisting the wrong way technically. Not the end of the world, but I'm kind of curious as to how this will look if I try to make it twist in the same direction. I'll just start by giving myself some obvious twists to work off of. Shyamalan this vine or whatever. Okay. Not selling it to myself just yet. Not just yet. That might be. Okay, that's starting to look correct now. So I'm okay with this now. I am definitely hitting some points where the layers are just kind of interfering, and I just want to like paint over it with a topmost layer. So we're getting close. That's a good thing. Just that kind of detail pass above everything else. Okay. Yeah. Feeling pretty good about this. I think I vaguely recognize the palace structure just enough. Brighten that up here. Cool. I should probably be doing this on this layer, actually. At least this part, I think I could. Yeah, do it on this layer. Catch these ribbons. Maybe like the inner edges of some of these kind of details. Cool. Yeah, I think that works. Nice. Alright. Save. It's been a while. Okay. So it's 3:20. Right. I don't want to like hit that burnout, because a lot of the times when I'm streaming and I go as long as I can, I kind of crash. So I might take 10 minutes, make myself a coffee, stretch, go out on the balcony. Um, that way, I'm thinking if I do that, I might be able to extend the stream a bit without kind of hitting a moment where I'm just kind of like exhausted. Because I do think that we can finish this. I'm actually seeing that kind of like light at the end of the tunnel with this one. Um, so I would like to hit that point. Oh, that's interesting. I have this layer. Oh, curious. Okay. I'm gonna have to do a little deletion. There we go. Cool. Alright. I'll have to edit that a bit. Clean up the sides. Just to make sure that those scale infinitely. But yeah, I'm gonna take 10 minutes. Yeah, I have incredibly a balcony I can stand on in Toronto. Um, it overlooks nothing but construction dust. But I am someone who got really lucky with their apartment. I have nice south-facing windows, so I can actually grow plants. Um, that'll not last forever. All the condos are literally taking up my skyline, so I'll enjoy it while I have it still. But yeah, I'm gonna take a little breather, stretch, and I will be back and we'll continue. There's much to do still, so I'll put up a timer and yeah, BRB. Pika's back on my lap. She's very interested in my drink. I decided to go for a nice Earl Grey instead of a full-on coffee at like nearly 4 p.m. Hey? Now I'm wearing shorts and your claws are digging into my leg. Yeah. Balcony was not as enjoyed as I expected. It is actually downpouring like crazy. Although it's a lot lighter than I expected for how much rain was coming down. But I was nuzzling Pika, and my face is covered in tiny, tiny cat hair. Okay. So let's just see what we have. We've gotten pretty close, I think. I like the depth that's going on with a lot of this. I think I'm gonna just like smush that down even more. So let's see. View it through the lens you all have. Let's see. So I think we're pretty much at the point where we can kind of like start to use that like detail layer on top of everything. Maybe we should try to tackle the text right now before it gets to a point where that might be more difficult if I have like a detail pass on the top of everything. Let's see. Yeah, if anything, I think it would just be kind of like poking and prodding little tiny details, not significant changes anywhere, I don't think. If anyone has anything they want to point out, I might try and address it though. Yeah. Extra details like adding the harp here and there, like maybe is possible, but at the same time, if I'm gonna try and wrap it up by the end of the stream, I think just kind of like keeping the detail where it is probably a good focus. Just because there are so many like things for finishing this that I'm not quite, as kind of competent at, like really getting the color grading where I want it, and then just kind of making it really harmonious. I think it's sort of there. There are things that I think could be improved. And so I'm just going to try and deal with that. Technically today, I want to, I don't know if I'll be able to, and if I'll even reach the end of this kind of like piece, I want to kind of like whip up that actual illustration. Wow, it suddenly got louder in here. Or I got louder, because my AC just shut off. I don't know if that sounds any different for you, but it's been literally running all morning. I didn't even realize. Okay. So, relatively happy with both the top and bottom now, which is good. Okay, there's a couple of little touch-ups that I noticed. So the sides here, I'm absolutely going to have to make sure these are consistent. So basically, if there were like if I took any part of this and I just stretched it up and down, it needs to be totally consistent with the rest of it. Because this scales, right? It stretches whenever there's journal entries, which of course there will be. So it needs to not have some weird tiling or anything like that happening. Let's just go a bit lighter. I think that'll work. Cool. Okay. I think I'm at the point where I can definitely just kind of start detailing over top of everything. I'll actually do that above the color layer. I don't know if that's where I want to be doing this, but it'll give me the most control. So if I want a specific kind of color to hit a certain spot, I don't need to like change the value and then go to the color layer to change the color. I can just kind of make that happen. So now I should be able to render without kind of battling the various layers and just kind of making it work with how it's set up. And one of the reasons why I like the idea of just kind of merging everything is I can do more blending easily. Because right now if I'm painting on a layer and I go to kind of blend that, it's only going to blend with the pixel data that that layer has, which when I'm like blending it into another spot, it might not have that color to work with. I could potentially adjust the tool, the blend tool, to kind of like maybe work with all layers. That seems like something that Clip Studio has the ability to do with its brushes, so it could be something to look into. But as is, I don't see that as like super necessary. Yeah, all right. Do I catch this one with some light and draw some interesting attention to it? Just a little hint of it. It's kind of nice. Yeah, I think I like that. I do feel like this outer edge here could benefit from like even more of this what? Oh, right, I get it. Just want to refine that edge there. A little bit more of that light catching this outer edge here might be nice. Just considering how bright these eggs are, could excuse there being like a really strong play of light on this. Cool. Sure. Alright. I don't know if I want to do anything too much with the text. I think adding like just a little bit of vine kind of wrapping and curls, but not overdoing it. So I grab this color and I go to the text here and I just kind of like blend that together so they feel more connected, and then just kind of like play with that texture just a bit. Yeah. Ooh, actually, I think we could do like the lit edge, you know? Because that's floating out in space here and would catch that light, right? Like, how to make that catch the light while not, like, you know, making it really hard to read against the background, you know, because it kind of just it wants to disappear when I do that. Maybe if I do a layer behind it, that's just kind of like a glow off the lettering instead of kind of blasting it, the lettering itself. Like the J here, that can kind of show off it catching that light. Because there's the like the cloudage behind it all, right? It just kind of gives it a little more depth. Feels more in universe with the rest of the vine, which is good. Hunter's Journal. Catching some light on this leaf will be nice too. I think I'll soften a bit of it here and there. Or it might feel like the light kind of blooms over it. I suppose. Flatten that out a bit more. Maybe too much. Pull it. I don't want the printer, no. Weird. Could just paint over all of it here. There we go. That'll give me the most control. Do you feel like a leaf yet? Not convinced. I'm not convinced by your leafiness, Leafton. think I'm just trying to get a little too much light onto it when, I don't know if it wants that. Like in context, just kind of don't know if that works for it. Keeping it simple, maybe. But like this edge could be, so it's like a kind of half closed off leaf and pointing towards the light. Yes, that kind of works. Maybe. I'll go with that. Gustav, you've been ignored. So is this background here. And there's weird artifact. Get it. Goodbye, weird artifact. Okay. Any other weird artifacts? Not really. There any spirals I want to add anywhere? I think. Okay, would this be too much? A little kind of a swirl on the S, or maybe like a swirl on the L. I kind of almost want like, you know, little like tendrils kind of wrapping around the whole thing, you know. But like, I feel like that's gonna get way too noisy. Like maybe if it's kind of like a light, something like this. Okay, and then just kind of have some fun with it. And then what I do is I go through and I decide, okay, this one is going behind, so that one's going to go behind. And then it comes out in front of the A, but goes behind there, wraps around the front, behind there. You know, something like that. Could be kind of neat, but it's like, at size, is it really doing anything other than looking kind of just crunchy? I feel like it's just a little too crunchy. And if I do it like really where it's a noticeable thing, then it's going to be a lot to do, and probably be kind of distracting. So you know what? Scratch that. Just like a little curl here and there is cute enough. Don't want to overdo it, you know? Just a little subtlety. That's good. That might be enough. It just kind of makes those letters come to life. Like, is there anything that I could do to the L that won't be too much? Yeah, that's weird. Ooh, I do like the one on the end. Yeah, I'll leave it. Okay. Give it a save. I think also this is one of those images where it's like I've been staring at it for so long, so much, that I'm gonna need to kind of like step back and look at it fresh on like Monday before I'm kind of like satisfied with it, right? Something I haven't really done in a long time is flipping it, right? That does instantly give me a better read on the whole thing, so that's useful. So what stands out? Well, fresh eyes time, exactly. Yeah, I think we're reaching the end of me being able to like work on this effectively is the reality. Okay, so I want this to not have like a super harsh edge. So I'm just gonna go along with my smudge brush and just kind of soften those edges. Cool, cool, cool. It's not so bad down here, but does that look better with it smudged? I don't know. Not sure I like it as is. Maybe something more like that. What is this? Don't know what's going on there. But I need to make sure that the bottom has at least like an edge of kind of going to pure white, just so that I know that like when it is placed over different backdrops, it's not going to have like a weird hard edge that I wasn't anticipating. But what is that layer below it? This one. Okay, so go back here. Was it that layer? Yeah. Okay, oop. Meant to go here and grab this kind of like lighter color and just fill that in a bit. Just so there's not like a harsh transition there. There's a lot of crunchiness here, which maybe isn't terrible. Kind of like it. It is kind of weird feeling with it, like going from this into this. Like when you look at it as one image, it feels weird. Uh, so when I present this as its own kind of standalone thing, it has kind of like a wonkiness because it's like, oh, that's kind of weird how those like link up, but they don't. I don't like it. But when they are kind of viewed as their own thing, I think they do work well. So I'm happy with that. So I think it will be a good one. Just kind of with some awkwardness if you're looking at it as one image. Let's see. Okay. What else? The inner turret on the castle here could be blasted with light IMO. This layer probably is the one to use. Cool. Cool. I'm not very happy with Gustav right now. This pile here also feeling like the shape's not quite where I want it. I like the placement of it or something. Something's not quite. I do like that blast of light though, that is nice. Right. There we go. Cool. Have that kind of like pull away so that it kind of draws more attention to Gustav and his golden goodness, which I think we need to enhance, and also maybe just kind of chunkify it a little bit more. Don't know what those layers are. Okay, Gustav. We really want to sell your metallicness. We need to kind of like deepen the shadows. And then just really like play up the light here. And I think we do want to kind of like get more of the actual like goldness in the illustration at points. So like here, for example, I wanted to kind of like have a little bit more of this kind of like color scattering happening. And we could kind of like come in here and enhance more of that, like really I think this is what we'll want. I'm not totally certain that this is right, but like if it's sitting on a pile of eggs, there's going to be a lot of like bounce light coming up, and like it's going to be like really saturated, to be honest. So I can try just like getting like a deeper, more saturated gold. See if that's not too disruptive to the harmony of the colors. So like here we can kind of go more into that shadowy purple. The beak isn't really doing it. That might be part of it. Yeah, kind of stumpy your beak. Cool. Okie dokie. So he's like, that feels more metallic than that. So it's not exactly right. Need to get more of those darks. I do want to get a little bit of this contrasting color in here. Maybe make that work. I don't know. Not good at this part of it. The like trying to like really make the colors play off each other and like the clever ways where you understand how to do that well and you know be like, this color is not the color your brain thinks it is. So that's like part of what doing limited palette illustrations is kind of like good at doing, is kind of like feeding you like a gray and being like, this is green. So like technically right now it looks like I'm painting green. Okay, well that is green, but here it looks green, but it's actually like really orangey brown, right? And that's the kind of stuff that I'm trying to make happen effectively. It's all about kind of like using the local colors and just kind of making sure that they play off each other well. So because we have a bit of green here, our vines are just very purple feeling, and that feels bad now. Whereas before I was like, that's fine, it's still vine colored. But now that there's like any green in the piece, now it feels wrong. So I don't like that. Because now I want to go through and like put the green into the vine everywhere, and that's a lot. That's a whole lot. So I might need to rethink that. Also, with like green, you're gonna have like the yellows playing into it, and right now I'm using basically the opposite color of green to represent what is green, which isn't working technically now that I think about it. Like if I have a limited palette of purple and gold, if you have a vine that is green, it's probably going to be represented by more of the gold than the purple. So I might have messed it up. Might have done a boo-boo. Let's see what happens if I create a new layer and we go for, okay, color isn't going to work there. If I go here, add a new layer, make that color, clip it, and let's just go for this. Let's see what this does. Maybe good, maybe bad. So we'll not go green, we'll go like gold. Computer thinking. So like again, this is actually more of gold than green, but because we're up against purple, it's gonna look green. So I guess this is actually probably the direction I should have taken the vinage, you know? Oof. Yeah, that might be the way I have to do it. But then like most of it's gonna be, wait, now that's super green still. Like even the gold, what's going on? Am I crazy? Okay, so that's more yellow. Let's go, okay, that's more of the orange I want. Get rid of all that. Stop messing with my brain. I'm messing with my own brain, you know? Like, we're all just kind of like, what's happening? Okay, here we go. This is more gold. And I feel like that's going to be more accurate to what the vine might pick up when it's like kind of using the light that's available. It's going to give more of that yellow back because of the greens. Obviously the golden pile of eggs is going to be mostly gold, right? So let's give it that, see what it does. I mentioned we're gonna try and play with the color a bit more and make that work near the end. Figure out how to do this. Maybe unsuccessfully, but give it an attempt. But yeah, I'm feeling like, yeah, okay, that makes it feel a little bit more maybe organically correct. Yeah, the purple now feels plasticky and kind of like Play-Doh. So, although I like the purple being kind of like the main color, going kind of more to that for the vine seems good. So we still have like a good amount of the purple in it. Also, I do this above, that might be best. Okay. But what I'm thinking is, it's good to have the more kind of correct color where there is enough light. But let's say we're kind of in more shadowy areas. Maybe let's like purposefully lose the color it wants to have, just to see what that does. So like out here, we're definitely kind of like getting good light, right? Out in the open, some of it's indirect light. Like down in this corner, it's kind of like, you know, tucked in the shadows, hidden away from the light a bit. I still want the eggs to come across more gold than the vine. Also, it's kind of like deeper into the cloud atmosphere, which I think the clouds kind of give it a lot of that purple. So we'll have fun with that. But like the clouds here are getting a lot of light coming off of the eggs, which are gonna be like really golden. Really golden. So maybe that. The clouds are picking up that color. Eh? I don't know what I'm doing. Alright. Same with the vine down here. Let's just have that fall off in the shadow. But on the front face, sure, we'll keep those golds. I think it's kind of neat. Don't know if it's quite right, but how do we like that? It feels more. Here, I'll move it down. I don't know. Let's look at the like just the bottom here. I feel like I want to lose some of the gold down here, actually. Maybe not to the extreme, but because I like this edge, like really being super gold. Like just glowing with gold. And then everything else pales in comparison to how gold that is. Yeah, I like that. Cool. Okay. That I think helps kind of like create a little bit of a hierarchy. Maybe, I don't know. The transition right here, and I'm not sold on that. I'm not sure how I want to tackle that. Part of it is like this pile of eggs just feels like concave almost. Maybe it's a case of I need to come in here and just kind of make the tops of these kind of come out more. That's going to be a bit of work. Really getting weird kind of green happening there too. Okay. That was before. That's after. I actually am not sure I made it better. Right. Yeah, I'm feeling like this is getting to the I need fresh eyes completely to really know what I want to do here. I think I've hit that limit there. Yeah. It's close though. It's very close, which is good. Like I think it's kind of the case of like I'll look at it on Monday and be like, easy. It's just kind of like push that, pull that, and then it feels harmonious. Right now, I'm not sold that it has it, but I think it's close. I just don't know how to kind of like get that last little bit. So I'm thinking I might have to call it on this piece. Right now, it's 420. What I think I'll do is I think I will whip up the actual item though. So let me do a new, actually, I will open content item craft me. Okay, I'm gonna open a new item, and we're gonna do just the actual like journal theme item itself real quick. We don't need to do anything too fancy with it, but we might as well whip it up because I think we can manage that with what little steam I have left. So these are pretty simple. I always just kind of like really rough it up. Doesn't need to be like super high fidelity. It just needs to kind of like be recognizable when you're kind of looking through your themes. And you're like, oh, that one, that's the one I want. So we get like our basic kind of journal theme kind of shape here. It's almost like an iPad, but like a really chunky, thick, weirdly proportioned, has like just a strange window, and so it's not an iPad at all. It's just a weird kind of device looking thing. All right, and then we'll actually pull up the journal theme off on the side. Probably better on the bottom, to be honest. Oops. There we go. All right, cool. Mark with that. All right. So we will kind of illustrate this as if it is kind of like fitting together. Kind of like Hunter's Journal. We got like this vine here. We'll pretend that it does connect with this one down here. Actually erase a lot of the top stuff. And make that kind of up and over. Move Gustav. Put the castle here. Again, it's like, it's not gonna match the proportions at all. It's just trying to be recognizable. Right, I'm not even gonna put the Hunter's Journal text or anything. Okay, and then my legs. So these sides are just vines kind of climbing up and down. Get that wrapping, get that going across. So this will be interesting because I'm actually going to pretend that the side is just pure vine here, nice and thick. And we'll have like the cloud being a little more tangible, kind of like spilling out and bubbling over the sides. But also like we could flatten the bottom just to make it weirdly like three-dimensional, kind of like plastic kid's toy almost look to it. Okay. So that seems like a kind of relatively just kind of like, okay, if you looked and you saw just this, hopefully you'd kind of like, it would invoke the journal theme concept. Make that more leaf-like. And we can kind of add more clouds, just kind of like extending beyond where they actually do, just to play it up again. Cool. Maybe get some clouds kind of going over top here, just to kind of like help sell the idea that like, oh, this is like the beanstalk up in the clouds, right? If I do that, that kind of like tells that little tale. So like that. And then do like some different journal entry colors. Cool. Okay, so now I'm just gonna scale that up to just fill the space better. I like rotating them. They're just kind of off kilter weirdly. And then sometimes I like to just drop like a shadow underneath of it to kind of like give it this weird physical kind of, it's just like this like Happy Meal toy kind of thing. Get like light bouncing off that. Cool. Alright, and this is a sketch, so I don't need to like go crazy with trying to make that shadow look great. Alright, so drop that down and we'll just block in the actual like base version of this whole thing. So we're going to start with like these purpley pink clouds. Technically that one I probably want on a different layer. Actually I do. I'm just going to do that. I'm wondering, I never even thought of this, like how the colors are going to feel with journal entries kind of plugged into it. You know what I mean? Like, so they're being like blues and yellows and reds and stuff, grays, like depending on what you catch, right? Or fail to catch. Gonna get the different entry colors, so I'm kind of curious as to what that will do to the harmony. Let's get like one of those. Maybe we get a red box, and that's fine. We'll keep that. Cool. Okay. So now do a layer on top of all this. This is going to be the vine layer. And that I'm actually going to use this kind of brown might not look the best, but hopefully this works. Maybe if I play up the gold, it'll work well. Okay, this one goes up the side here, up and behind the egg pile. Get this little leaf offshoot. Make that more obviously connected, sure. Get more of the kind of like vines unwinding and wrapping around and stuff like that. Okay, and then we're gonna have this just like go over top of the journal, because we can here, and it looks more interesting. I wish I could in-game, but that's not how that works. Okay, and then we have that leg popping up, and it's got the cute little mice on it. Even have those kind of just like, be like, we're here too. fill that in because we're gonna just kind of pop the clouds over top of a bunch of this. But next, I'm gonna have the piles of gold. But I will do this one behind, not on that layer, on its own. Doesn't quite work, but we'll go with it. Okay, and then billowy clouds on top. Start with this color. Ooh, how did I get all the way down there? This layer. Kind of think that I'll actually do that to the journal and then chop off the top of that to actually try and emulate the journal theme a little bit closer. Yeah, do that. So then it more closely resembles what it's trying to do. The castle. You can be on this layer here. And then light. Aziz light. Don't know if this is going to work very well, but we'll try it. I'm gonna go around and just kind of hit everything with a lot of light. Also, I'm gonna turn the sketch off. So let's get that pure white right here at least. And then as we go further away, we'll go to that gold. Another one of these down here. Which we'll do on, why not, a new layer. That way it can silhouette the mice. really know how I want to handle the light for some of this. So for the clouds up here, go ahead and lose those, and then we're gonna get into kind of like the deeper purples. So I'll actually do a clipping mask on top. That didn't work. There we go. And just use this to like create some quick shadows, interestingly enough. Do like a multiply layer with our purple. Use like a gentle brush. Not quite. Kind of like it feeling like there's this cast shadow on the entries inside of it here. Okay, and then highlight layer here. Pile of eggs. I think that needs to get knocked down a bit. Same with here. Cool. All right. Journal theme. Drop a shadow underneath this. just a little bit of bounce light. That actually might be what the actual piece needs, is maybe a little more gray. I think that's one of the things about doing good kind of like limited palette harmony, is like using the grays effectively is like a part of it. I'm not totally sure that I'm doing that as well as I could. Cool. Okay, so item. Oh, that came together pretty effectively, I would say. Give that a name. Where are we gonna put that journal theme? There we go. Beanstalk, journal, theme, item. I guess that's, need to come up with a better naming convention for that, I think. Okay, so there we have that. You know, it's like not an amazing, perfect reflection of this, right? But as long as it conveys that concept, then that's doing its job, which I think it is. So I like that. All right, so I think that's gonna call it. Feeling that kind of like reached the end of my capacity to create for the day. Oh, which is pretty good. I'm pretty happy with what we got done. I'm not like this is 100% exactly how I want it, but I think that's also just like I've been looking at it too long today. And so with fresh eyes, I'll have a good idea of like, oh, I just needed that, or I'm actually pretty happy with it and good to go. But yeah, I feel like the color layer, I'm probably going to want to tweak it. I'm not totally certain that's where I want it. So yeah, that's going to be that. Make sure these are saved. Yes, and cool. Okay, well, let me share the Larry link again in case anyone missed that. Copy, paste. There we go. Whew. Ugh. I'm getting old. Season up. Cool. All right. Well, thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out with me. I always appreciate that very much. Excellent indeed. Thank you. All right. Well, I will definitely, next stream that we do together, next start stream, I'm going to work on a new mouse with you. So look forward to that. It's going to be really exciting. It will be spoilery. Can't really avoid that, which is why I haven't been doing mice for previous ones. We were like, oh, we don't really want to spoil it, but like things were moving like that, and so it ended up being a case where it's like, oh, we ran out of mice. And I feel like we're probably kind of hitting the tarmac in the same way here with this release. So I want to make sure that I do stream the character creation. We work on them together. And so, yeah, next art stream, I'll be working on a character with you all. So we'll see what that's like. Should be fun. And yeah, until then, I hope that you all have a awesome and safe weekend. I'm going out to the Pride Parade. It's going to be really awesome and fun. I'm excited to go see that with people who've never gotten to go before. It's really exciting. Shiny little tiny eggs. But yeah, so everybody take care of yourselves, take care of each other. I shall see you next time. And until then, happy hunting, and I'll catch you later. Okay, bye-bye.